Have somebody carve your name in the top of it. Hello. Ready to go when you can.
Starting with our closed session for this Tuesday, December 21st. And we can start with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Mayor White.
Here. All right, the meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. And do we have any public comments to start?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Okay, Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion in closed session, please?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association, the SEIU, Managers and Professional Technical Unit. Item number 2, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. Item number 4, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters versus City of Beaumont, Riverside County Superior Court Case Number CVR 120000635.
Thank you. At that time, we'll go ahead and move into closed session.
a minute to make sure we're unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
We're good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we are back out of closed session. And let's begin with a call to order. Or do we do the close, it's been a little while, would we do the closed session report out before we call to order, the regular session?
Yes, I'll report out.
Okay.
So the council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, SEIU, and Managers Professional Technical Unit. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item number 2, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager, no reportable action. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. One potential case, there was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item number 4, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters versus City of Beaumont. Case number CVR 120000635. There was no reportable action, and that concludes the report out from closed session.
All right, so we'll call to order the open session at 6:28. And let's start with a call to order. Roll call.
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Here.
Mayor White?
Here. All right. And action on any, we have no request for excused absences, so we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Finn, can you lead us, please?
Yes, can everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? Seeing none. Announcements, recognition, proclamations. We do have a recognition, Mr. Pardon, but I'd like to save that for the next meeting, and you could bring forward the people responsible for that, and we present that to them. Okay. So now we'll move on to public comment period for items not on the agenda. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Are there any, first of all, do we have any public comments on any items on the consent?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, are there any items that council would like? Okay, Mr. Finn?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull the approval of the minutes for the December 7th meeting, have that voted on separately as I was not here and I will be abstaining from that vote.
Okay. Any other items?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll begin by moving to approve the minutes of the November 15, 2021 and December 27, 2021 meetings.
I'll second.
And could we have roll call?
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Abstain?
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. And if there isn't any discussion on the rest of the consent calendar, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve items on the consent calendar, items 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item number 5, we'll move on to the public hearings. First one is a public approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Item number 5 is a public hearing to adopt resolution to amend the prior year capital improvement plan 2016-2021. And we have a staff report from City Manager Todd Parton.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. During the fiscal year, city staff goes through a process to preparing amendments to our capital improvement program. It's consistent with the way that we manage our projects, and as we need to make modifications, we bring these forward. We also follow a similar project or process for our other kind of operating budgets as we move forward. So we do have a summary of an amendment that we need to make to the prior year capital improvement plan for 2016 through 2021. The wastewater treatment plant expansion renovation project is project number 2017-005. We do need to adjust the final amount for the project from $67,235,187 to $76,334 or to $76,334 and $187. Original amount of the project funds of $67.2 million didn't include some of the previous appropriated PAYGO funds that we had allocated to the project, which was $3,099,000. Those dollars were really identified at the start of the construction project, so we need to go back and retroactively make sure we capture those dollars. There's a remaining appropriation increase that we're looking at that will be funded by bond interest. So when we originally sold the bonds of $90 million for the sewer plant construction, we started earning interest on that. So we're sitting on about 1.2 million of interest earnings that we have available to allocate towards the project. And then we also have been collecting development impact fees. So we have 4.8 million of development impact fees that are coming over. And again, those are fees that we collect from development specifically to fund for expansion of our infrastructure to meet the impacts of development on our system. So those additional funds will be used to replace the existing Fibercast MBR system that we have in the sewer plant today. The wastewater treatment plant was designed with an alternative MBR system for the sewer plant, and we are moving forward with that alternative system. And the item before you on that portion of the CIP amendment is really moving forward with that alternative for the plant. So with that, city staff would recommend that we hold a hearing and then adopt the resolution to amend the prior year CIP for fiscal years 2016 to 2021.
Okay, thank you. I will open the public hearing now at 6:35. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, seeing no comments, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:35. And now it's time for a council discussion. Are there any questions, comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, if there are no comments from council, I'll make a motion to hold a public hearing and waive a full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending the prior year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2016 through 2021.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. So the next items are successor agency action items, so I need to call to order a meeting of the successor agency at 6:36. And we'll begin with item number 6, which is a resolution to transfer ownership of a 52-acre property owned by the dissolved Beaumont Redevelopment Agency to the city of Beaumont and authorize the retention of the property by the city of Beaumont. And a staff report from Mr. Warsinski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a resolution to transfer some property over from the former redevelopment agency to the city of Beaumont. So back in 2012, the state of California dissolved all redevelopment agencies. And as part of that process, redevelopment agencies that own property were basically forced to sell those properties and then distribute the proceeds amongst the taxing entities throughout the city. There was one exception in the law, and that had to do with government-owned property that was being utilized or would be utilized into the future. So back then, we owned 3 properties. 2 of them comprised the sports park. So the city was able to transfer those for governmental use at that time, many, many years ago. And there was one additional property, which is this 52 acres that we were not currently using at that time. So we could not transfer it then, but we could include it in the long-range property management plan. And that was the instrument available to cities that didn't have to sell the property, but would like to use it in the future. So that was included in the long-range property management plan. The Department of Finance from the state of California approved that plan in December of 2015. And then the city also received its finding of completion in December of 2015. Why that's important is in order to fully dissolve, cities do need to receive that finding of completion, which means they've successfully navigated the dissolution process. So as the city of Beaumont completed its upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant in 2020 and is nearing the production of Title 22 recycled water, the city seeks to transfer the ownership of the 52-acre property from the former redevelopment agency to the city of Beaumont in order to start preliminary design and also feasibility analysis of a wastewater and recycled water facility expansion. As the city received those approvals of those 2 documents I'd mentioned earlier, we were able to go ahead and transfer that property at this point in time. In February of 2021, staff did contact the Department of Finance in Sacramento in regard to transferring the property, and the state was receptive of the timing as we're much further along with the utilization of that 52 acres than we were back in 2012. 13, 14, and 2015. So the only thing that the Department of Finance said, in addition to the transfer of the property, which is a fairly simple process, that they would like to see a compensation agreement struck out and agreed upon between the city of Beaumont and all taxing entities within the city limits. I'm not really going to go into that for this item. I'll go ahead and talk about it during the next item, but know that that compensation agreement is attached to this staff report for the successor agency in case that interests you, as well as one addendum that was negotiated between a couple of the taxing entity parties as well. So the recommended action for this is to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City of Beaumont Successor Agency to approve the transfer of ownership of one property, APN 417-020-034, owned by the dissolved redevelopment agency of the City of Beaumont, and authorize the retention of that property by the City of Beaumont, and adjourn the meeting of the Beaumont Successor Agency and reconvene the City Council meeting. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
I had a quick question.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Wasinski, just real quickly to reiterate, the reason that we didn't transfer in 2015 was because there wasn't a public use designation at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct. We attempted to transfer it back then, and the state at that point in time said we were not utilizing the site, so we were not able to transfer it as we did the Beaumont Sports Park.
Okay, and then now our intention is to hold the property once transferred and then conduct the studies like you mentioned.
That's correct. Yeah. So because I told them we're not going to just be able to use 52 acres overnight. We'll need to transfer it in order to start those designs and feasibilities. So there has to be some middle ground on when we transfer and when we use, and they seemed receptive of that now.
Okay, and that was the key point for that question, is to make sure they understood that we weren't going to use it right away, but we have an intention, but we just have to study it more.
Yes.
And they were okay with that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, just a simple
Sure, go ahead,
question.
Mr. Finn.
With the expansion of the wastewater treatment facility and obviously the goal of the Title 22 water, just a simple question is, this would then be the highest and best use for that property, correct?
We believe so. That's the reason the RDA acquired this property, was due to its close proximity, in fact, adjacent proximity to the existing treatment plant. And the treatment plant is on 4th Street. This property is located behind that facility. It has no street access. It has different utility easements, but it does provide a very good location for us to expand certain facilities on this property.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And Mr. Warsinski, is this the last piece of the RDA?
This will be the last function that we need to do to dissolve the redevelopment agency, beyond paying the debt that's basically owed, related to the due diligence review findings that occurred early in the dissolution process.
Okay, and what does the financial implications are if, once the RDA or the successor agency is dissolved?
It's a good question. I can't tell you exactly dollar for dollar what would happen, but assume this property is transferred, and then assume that we were able to settle our debts with the state of California and the RDA is dissolved. The way the city receives property taxes currently is in 2 real distinct areas. You have the city of Beaumont, and then you have the successor agency portion, which are the border or the area that used to be the redevelopment agency. So we receive property tax in 2 different areas, and they have different tax rates. And before last year, there was really no significant difference in the tax rates that we were receiving from properties in both areas. But there was a ruling from Chula Vista earlier. It was either late 2020 or this year in 2021, which has somewhat affected cities and their revenue that comes from their successor agency areas, as it relates to pass-through agreements. And it seems as though we're receiving less dollar amounts as a result of that ruling than we had any prior year. So I believe, in our property tax consultant has confirmed this, that if we dissolve the redevelopment agency, the successor agency, and we get back to the same tax rate across the entire city, we should see an increase in property tax revenue. But I'm unable to tell you how massive or how small that change might be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Santos.
Mayor, quick comment in here. I mean, actually, it's a good comment. I mean, I'm glad that you gave us a good information on that, because way back 4 years ago, I was wondering that why we're not transferring this property to our city during that period. And, because the RDA was, debunked already during that period. And now hearing that information from you, that's really good, especially on the wastewater plant treatment. On this, I mean, this will be beneficial for us and for the expansions, and the revenue will be really will jack up or will make a good revenue on these facilities on here. And I know, we're going on that direction. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City of Beaumont Successor Agency to approve the transfer of ownership of one property, APN 417-020-034, owned by the dissolved redevelopment agency to the City of Beaumont, and authorize the retention of the property by the City of Beaumont, and then to adjourn the meeting of the Beaumont Successor Agency and reconvene into the City Council meeting.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item number 8, the City Council approval of the Third Amendment to the Webb Engineering Contract for the wastewater treatment plant and brine line project in an amount of $530,809 for the design and construction services for an MBR replacement system for a total contract not to exceed $4,250,699.
Mayor, you
Yes.
skipped action item 7.
I did.
You were just testing
They're
us, I
very
know.
similar.
Oh, thank you. Well, we'll put item number 8 on hold for a second.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lara, I appreciate that. So item number 7, resolution authorizing the acceptance of the property APN 417-020-034 from the former redevelopment agency, approval of agreement upon taxing entities and addendum number 1. I was wondering when you were going to address addendum, and I didn't see that in item number 8. So I just, it's like riding a bicycle. I'll get back on. All right.
Not a problem. Mayor and
Okay.
council, so before you tonight, now that the successor agency has willingly transferred the property to the city, this resolution would formally authorize the city council to accept that offer. So I mentioned, I won't go into the history again. It's in the staff report in case you'd like to look at the history, but really that transfer was contingent on the successor agency offering it, the city accepting it, and then the major piece was this compensation agreement. So the state said, well, you need to have a compensation agreement with the taxing entities, and you need to figure that out, and we need to see that when you're going to be transferring the property. So I asked them, well, the long range property management plan said that we were going to transfer the property, or the value of the property was $1. The city's not interested in transferring it and then selling it to someone else. We don't have a third party that runs our wastewater treatment facility. We intend to utilize the property for a government purpose. We're not selling anything. So how does the compensation agreement work when they're not being compensated? And they got back to me after they mulled over that concept for about a week or so and said, well, we still need one. So I went through the extent with legal to draft a compensation agreement, or what it's referred to as an agreement among taxing entities, that's within your agenda packet. And that is between the City of Beaumont and all of the taxing entities, which are the Beaumont Unified School District, Riverside County Flood Control Zone 5, Riverside County Office of Education, Mount San Jacinto Community College, Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park District, the Beaumont Library District, the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, the San Gorgonio Pass Memorial Hospital, Summit Cemetery District, and the Riverside County Regional Park and Open Space District. So we drafted the agreement. We sent it over to each of the taxing entities, had various discussions with all of them, and really explained to them what we were intending to do with the property, and that the compensation agreement spelled out that they would not be compensated for the transfer of the property, and that the city would retain the property and ultimately develop the property for what we told the state back in 2015 we were going to do with it. So before you tonight is that agreement amongst the taxing entities that has been signed and approved by all of them, as well as addendum number 1. And that was simply that two of the entities wanted to alter or adjust minor portions of the original agreement, and we got them to approve that as well. So if the city council does approve the agreement among taxing entities, we also ask that we approve addendum number 1 to that agreement. And then those two documents will basically be paired forever into the future and married at this point in time. So staff does recommend that city council approve the agreement among taxing entities and addendum number 1, and waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the city council authorizing the acceptance of the property APN 417-020-034 from the dissolved redevelopment agency. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
I'll open this up for council discussion.
Mayor, if there are no questions from council, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the agreement among taxing entities and add addendum number 1, and waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the city of Beaumont authorizing acceptance of the property identified as APN 417-020-034 from the dissolved redevelopment agency.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 8, I've already read what it's about, so we'll go to the staff report with Mr. Pardon, please.
Thank you, Mayor. City of Beaumont has constructed an upgrade and expansion project to the wastewater treatment plant. A crucial part of that project is the conversion and application of membrane bioreactor treatment technology, which we refer to as MBR. It's recommended that the city transition to and install the Suez MBR system. The Suez system is a hollow fiber membrane system that was formerly known as Xenon and GE. Webb is our design consultant, and they are estimating that the total effort for the design and construction, including oversight services, will be $530,809. And then we've got some tasks that are established for this, for design, and then for construction management, inspection, engineering services. The anticipated schedule for the project with our milestones are to consider a change order with WM Lyles to proceed with ordering the Suez equipment installation. That would occur tonight, December 21st, 2021. Begin field construction, which would begin the second week of February of 2022. Receive the membrane equipment from Suez, which would be the second week of March 2022. And then complete installation for trains 5 and 6 with Suez equipment in April of 2022. And then replace the remaining 4 trains at the plant following the successful startup of trains 5 and 6. And then you see an outline for the budget implications to our project. And again, these dollars are captured within the CIP adjustment that we made a little bit earlier. We do have Mr. Brian Knoll with Webb Engineering here to answer any questions on the project that you may have. And that you do have at your places a copy, again, of the Webb proposal for those engineering services. So with that, city staff would recommend approval of the third amendment to the Webb Engineering contract for the wastewater treatment plant and brine line project in an amount of $530,809 for the design and construction services for an MBR replacement system for a total contract not to exceed $4,250,000. I'm messing up my dollars tonight. I apologize. $4,250,699.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I'll take council discussion. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I got a quick one.
Sure, Mr. Finn?
I remember being a member of the public when the whole upgrade was approved and so forth. How does this affect our overall completion time frame? Are we still on schedule, or how's that look? Does it push this out a little bit?
Well, the sewer plant really was completed, and we had operations that were commissioned, in June of 2020. So the plant is operational. We are behind schedule with regard to looking at some of our other enhanced treatment for Title 22 and some of our max benefit.
And on that Title 22, a general time frame of,
Well, we have a max benefit requirement that has a certain water quality standard that we have to meet over a 10-year average period. And so we are now into 6 years with regard to that requirement. So the MBR and the RO systems are set up to be able to provide for that enhanced water quality treatment that we need to be able to meet the desal requirements pursuant to that order that we're under through the Water Quality Control Board.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approval of the third amendment to the Webb Engineering contract for the wastewater treatment plant and Bryan Lane project in the amount of $530,809 for the design and construction services for an MBR replacement system for a total contract not to exceed $4,250,699.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 9, resolution authorizing the execution of change order number 23 with WM Lyles Company to install a new membrane system in the wastewater treatment plant for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade expansion in the amount not to exceed $5,143,400 for the replacement MBR system. Staff report from Todd Parton.
Thank you again, Mayor, Council. So this is the final element for the MBR switch out at the sewer plant. So this is our 23rd change order. Again, this is related to the upgrade and expansion project at the wastewater treatment plant. So if you, again, recall, what we've been discussing is following through the recommendation that the city transition and install the Suez MBR system at the plant. Again, it's that hollow fiber MBR system, previously known as Xenon and GE. The associated cost with the change order is in an amount not to exceed $5,143,400. And you'll see the attached project schedule to that. And if you look at our report, when you get to page 207 of the staff report, or I'm sorry, of the agenda packet, you'll see the total budgeted amount for change orders 1 through 23. So total budget is $11.6 million. To date, we've spent $9.9 million. For those change orders 1 through 23, there's a remaining balance of $1.7 million. The remaining balance would really apply to any retainage that's withheld or any outstanding charges that may be remaining on some of these contract adjustments that we made. So for example, when you look at the NTEs, those are amounts not to exceed. So those are projects that we are not necessarily concluded with and some final accounting that we'll need to do to change those out. So attached to the staff report is the proposed change order with WM Lyles. We do have a resolution that is attached that authorizes execution of change order number 23 with Lyles to install the new MBR in the wastewater treatment plant for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade and expansion amount not to exceed $5,143,400 for the replacement of the MBR system. Staff would recommend that City Council approve that resolution.
Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No colors on the line.
Any questions, comments? So I have a question. We're transitioning here, and I believe, was it Suez that was the original bid when we first took was one of the original bidders in the first process, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you mentioned it earlier that we designed the plant so that we are able to transition to the change that's being recommended?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the execution of change order number 23 with W.M. Lyles Company to install a new membrane system in the wastewater treatment plant for the wastewater treatment plant. Wastewater treatment plant upgrade expansion in the amount not to exceed $5,143,400 for the replacement MBR system.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Number 10, consideration of Plan 2021-0665 related to the conceptual park design of Planning Area 21B of the Fairway Canyon Development, Assessor Parcel Number portion of 413-790-010 and 057, located in the Oak Valley and SCPGA Golf Course Specific Plan, north of San Mateo Canyon Road, west of Tuckwick Canyon Parkway. A staff report from Carol Kendrick, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The project before you is included in the Oak Valley SCPGA Specific Plan number 318, which encompasses approximately 1,700 acres that allows for 4,355 dwelling units that was adopted by the County of Riverside in 2001 and was later annexed by the city in 2003. The specific plan does include developments of Fairway Canyon and Tournament Hills, and the subject properties tonight is located within the Fairway Canyon portion of the specific plan. On September 21st of this year, the council approved a partial assignment and assumption of the development agreement for Meritage Homes regarding several planning areas, which include this planning area. In addition to the partial assignment and assumption of the development agreement does refer back to a park agreement that was presented to council on September 7th of 2021. The agreement provided that the developer will offer and dedicate Planning Area 21B Park to the city, subject to council acceptance, and that it pays prevailing wages and will warrant Mickelson Park and PA 21B Park for 1 year. On December 7th of this year, council approved a tentative parcel map for finance and conveyance purposes. The proposed park site is located on parcel 7 of that tentative parcel map. The conceptual park design has been provided to staff, which was reviewed by Public Works, Planning, Community Services, and Building, and the Assistant City Manager on October 13, 2021. We provided comments to the applicant. They revised the plan, and we're bringing it forward to the council for discussion. The updated design does include a 6.82 acre park site that includes a 75 by 110 yard soccer field, 2 pickleball courts, a covered tot lot, a restroom building, shade structures, and 31 on-site parking spaces. The park fronts onto Sorenstrom Drive to the north, and west will be adjacent to future single-family lots in tentative tract map 31462-21 to the south and east. The conceptual plan is attached in the staff report, and this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
All right, we'll move to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. One, when we have park dedications and so forth, is there a requirement or some sort of an acreage per versus the acreage of the whole project, or depending on the dwelling units? I mean, we have a 6.82 acre project here based on a 1,747 acre whole project. Is there a ratio that we follow that we request a certain amount be set aside for parks?
So there's the Quimby Act, which requires a certain amount of acreage per dwelling unit. So this park is part of a larger project, which, you know, there are several parks that are out there that are existing. So this does meet their Quimby Act requirement.
And the second question is, so being a teacher, basketball always seems to be a real good way of getting teenagers to come together and work out. And I always get disappointed when I don't see a basketball court in a park. And this one was disappointing for that reason. And I know it's nice to have a little bit of, pickleball's nice and so forth, but is there any way that we consider putting at least like a court and maybe take away one of the pickle courts and put a basketball court or half court in there? It just seems to be, we've got some place for the tots and we have a very large, nice soccer area, and we have some for maybe the active living community. But for the teenagers that play basketball, it's always nice to kind of see that court in there. It's just my opinion. And of course, the design's already set up, so I don't know what that would require to do that. But I like to make sure, at least if not this time, for future concepts, we always keep that in mind. If we can put some sort of a court on there, I think it'll help the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments?
A quick comment, Mayor?
Sure, Mr. Lara.
Carol, I didn't see a call out. The lots that back up to the park sites on the two sides there, is there a block wall that separates the rear properties from the park site?
I believe there is, Councilmember Laura, but we can always condition that as part of the project as it moves forward.
Okay. If we could, I'd really prefer block wall in that location rather than like a vinyl or a wood fence that would require more maintenance, if that's possible.
Okay, we'll note that. We'll make sure that that's included, and I believe the applicant is on the line as well.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick
Sure,
question.
Mr. Finn.
So in looking at that map and seeing the lots that surround it, do those lots sit lower than the park? And would it be by chance view fencing with like a wrought iron
Right.
fence?
Yes, please.
Good evening, I'm David Hendricks, representative from Heritage Homes. And to answer your question, yes, those are significantly lower. Excuse me, I'll start over. David Hendricks with Meritage Homes. Those lots sit significantly lower, and there is a block wall on the perimeter of those lots. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So, Carol or Mr. Pardon, either one of you can answer this. In response to what Mayor Pro Tem Martinez brought up, I agree with him as far as the idea of moving forward with basketball courts. Where do we do that? I mean, how is that process where we start to send direction to Planning Commission, or, you know, how do we start to make that happen in future?
I'll go ahead and answer that, Mayor White. So the reason for this item tonight is just to garner discussion and provide the applicant with direction on how to move forward. The design of the park will not move forward to Planning Commission. It's approved administratively, so we are asking your direction. So with the applicant here, hearing your direction, I think that we all have a clear vision of what you're requesting.
Okay. Is there any other direction that council would like to suggest? Sure, Mr. Lara.
Carol, do you know if I know this is one of multiple parks in this subdivision, correct?
That's correct.
Does the other park because there is another park, Mickelson Park, that's currently existing, right? Does that have basketball courts on it?
Yes. It does. It's got a basketball court.
So,
Yeah.
I think, I understand what Councilmember Martinez is saying, or, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez is saying, but are we saying that we want basketball courts on every park within a subdivision? Or do we want to break it up? I know pickleball is extremely popular as well. For those who are maybe not as young.
Not for younger kids.
But I don't know, we want to look at basketball courts on every park, or if we want maybe at least a half basketball court on a park, or if you have a certain number of courts within a subdivision, does that, I'm not sure what we're after at this point.
Mr. Martinez, did you want to respond?
Well, I'm looking at a balance. So we see here, we have a 5 to 12 age group. We have pickleball for the different age group, the more mature. And you can say, of course, the soccer would be for a teenage group, but I'm just trying to get a balance, because if we can get a place where the teenagers can go as well, and if each park has at least a half court, then I think we can balance that. Because I know pickleball was at 4 persons per game.
Yeah.
Whereas a basketball game, you can have more. So I'm just trying to get a balance, and I understand what you're saying. Maybe keep one for basketball and put one in kind of, depending on maybe what the neighborhood is, what kind of housing is for that neighborhood. But I really think we need to think about at least a half court. I just want to have that balance. That's my opinion. Because we don't have a lot of, because we don't have a lot of community centers. If we had more community centers like Chantney where they can go and play, that'd be different. But we really don't have any. And, I think that kind of spreads it out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would be possible if you're looking at the site plan, maybe the upper right area just to the left of the picnic area, if there's room for maybe a half court there. I don't know if the developer would be willing to do that or not. So you can maintain the pickleball courts in the one side and then a half court basketball court where the picnic area is, or maybe the dimensions are not large enough to accommodate that. I don't know. Just a thought.
Mr. Santos?
Yeah, probably on this, Carol, looking on the page 08, you're on the specific plan on that, there's an insert in there. What is that? I mean, it has a basketball court designated for basketball court for 3 courts. What is that, your specific plan number 318 on that insert on page 308?
I think it's a school.
School site.
It's a school site.
There's an elementary school site in there, and then there's a basketball court. And where's that at? I mean, is that on the Summer Win or close there, or?
So this particular planning area was designated for a potential school site, but the school district had not decided to move forward with it. So it is going to be developed as a park. So the specific plan doesn't really call it out as a park because it was originally designated for a school site.
Okay, is that closer to this park? This site in here? I'm just following up the, Mayor Pro Tem, Martinez on the basketball court. I used to be a player, so I'm looking on basketball court on that. So looking on that, there's a designated, if that will be open to the public on this, even though this is a site for elementary school.
Right. So in the specific plan, it's a conceptual design. So again, that's why we're bringing forward this design to get council discussion on what you'd like to see there. So in the specific plan, it is just conceptual. So we do wish to have the council's direction regarding the development of this site.
Okay.
And I want to reminisce on when we first got on council and we'd see park designs. They regularly came to us without restrooms. And it was something that we started to raise and express. And we now are getting park designs with restrooms. So I think we could go the same way with the concepts that Mr. Martinez is talking about, make sure that planning knows the direction that we would like the developers to go. And I do agree with Mr. Lara made a good point that we don't need to have a basketball court on every single park. But if there's the balance that Mr. Martinez is looking for, as well as Mr. Lara, I think that would be a good direction to go.
I agree with you on that.
Me too, Mayor.
Okay, so on that one, I believe that we had recommended action. We held the discussion, we provide direction. I think we met our needs on that. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll move on to item number 11. Fiscal year 2021 street project summary and construction update. Staff report, Mr. Jeff Hart, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, so the annual streets project for this year is inclusive of CIP projects R03, R04, R05, and R06. A notice to proceed was provided to All American Asphalt on November 8th, and the construction commenced a week later on November 15th. As a recap, the project will include various treatments to enhance several million square feet of city streets. These methods and treatments include crack sealing, localized dig outs, slurry seal, ARAM, which is an asphalt rubber aggregate membrane, mill and overlay, full depth removal and replacement, and then siding and striping, and lastly, the retrofitting of several ADA curb ramps. As far as current progress, crack sealing has been completed in the Stetson and the Estates at Oak Valley areas. They are currently performing crack sealing within Mountain Meadows, Canyon Ridge, Pacific Trails, and Cougar Ranch. For the dig outs, which are full depth removal of localized areas where the pavement has failed beyond repair, by us isolating these repairs and performing these spot treatments, it allows these areas to be fully rehabilitated, but utilize a more cost-effective technique to rehabilitate the remainder of the street, allowing us to kind of stretch the dollars a little bit further. The dig outs have been completed in all areas except First Street, which will be is anticipated to be within the upcoming month. Slurry seal and ARAM have not yet commenced. The mill and overlay is in progress. Several streets within the Three Rings Ranch area have been milled. The overlay has not yet been placed and is pending as well. And then the full depth removal and replacement is complete. And this was done in coordination with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District to ensure compatibility with their capital improvement program. Siding and striping is not yet commenced, but will occur at the latter part of the project. And then the curb ramp. So the current ADA, which is the American Disabilities Act, requirements and criteria require that for any street that is receiving a treatment method beyond a slurry seal, so whether that is a mill and overlay, a leveling course, a full depth rehab, is that the ramps need to be brought up to current criteria. So those ramp retrofits have been completed in Three Rings. There are still several that are pending within the Mountain Meadows area, Canyon Ridge, and Pacific Trails that are imminent within the next few weeks. And then as far as future projects, the completion of those ramps will occur as aforementioned, as well as finishing the dig outs along First Street. The asphalt will be placed in the currently milled sections of the Three Rings Ranch area. And then we will start to begin the ARAM placement within Three Rings Ranch, as well as the estates at Oak Valley. The curb ramps within the Seneca Springs area will be started and completed within the next month. As far as scheduling, it should be noted that the schedule that we've been provided is subject to weather. So typically, asphalt slurry and ARAM should be placed when the weather is 50 degrees and rising. As you've seen with the weather lately, there may be several days where we're below that, and we will work with the contractor actively to make sure that we are, adhering to the schedule the best we can, but we are not, instilling construction methods that may yield to a lessened longevity. There have been some encountered issues that we've had with the contractor in this project itself. Most of those concerns have been about parking, accessibility, and trash pickup. As a result, staff has worked diligently with the contractor and coordinated with the residents as well to implement some additional measures that were not in the contract documents. We've informed them that notification should only occur 72 hours prior to work and should contain, the exact scope of work, with enough detail to convey timeframes, procedures, and an overview of the activities. The street closure notifications, which has been contested as well, should only occur 48 hours ahead of work and should only be limited to the actual streets being intended to be closed and the duration of the work intended to be completed. For activities which require maybe more than several hours within a day or several days, a notification describing how the contractor would handle trash pickup. And in most cases, we would not authorize conflicts with trash days if this can't be accommodated. And lastly, we have stressed the need for a reliable contact and communication with the contractor for whomever is able to address the complaints and the concerns that the residents have at all times. There is also a summary of the project accounting within your staff report. To date, we have not yet received an invoice. And this item is a receive and file, but I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Any questions?
Going to public comment first?
Yes, let's do public comments.
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No colors on the line.
First day, man.
Move things along, but that's okay. Thank you.
I got a couple
Okay,
questions.
any council discussion?
Yeah,
Mr.
Mayor, I
Lara?
have a couple. Mr. Hart, on the ramps, I didn't quite catch everything. Were the ramps not put in? Because the ramp requirement at intersections has been an ADA requirement for quite some time. Or do they just not meet they were put in, but they don't meet current code?
Yes, so it's the latter. So there have been changes to the ADA ramp regulations.
Right.
One of the main changes that we've seen is the landing area themselves. So the curb ramps have always been specified, as I'm sure you're aware, as the building official is the 8.33 max and the cross slopes. Now there is a requirement for the bottom 4 feet, whether that protrudes into a cross gutter or a future street, to not exceed 5% max within 4
Right.
feet of the bottom of the ramp. And so it's challenging in existing streets where you're controlled by street grades. And so in many cases, that's entailing a buildup, so to speak, of those areas to ensure that we are not exceeding a 5% longitudinally along those grades. And then we kind of have to float those levels back in. So far to date, they have all occurred in concrete areas. So those are a saw cut and remove and then a dowel back into place. As we proceed, there may be some areas that are where there are not concrete coscos and spandrels that are affected in asphalt.
Okay, and then looking at this, I'm surprised at the condition of some of these streets. They're what I would consider not to be that old. Was that construction defects, or is that material defects that are causing those issues in those areas where we're doing, either grinding it down or doing complete tear up? Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead and answer the question, because then I'll have a follow-up, I'm sure.
Okay, yeah, so fair point. I would say that any of the streets that are inclusive of this project are at a minimum over 15 years old. So that's a long time to not be touching those. Most of the ones that would have some sort of localized repairs, there may be some in that area that are a little bit older. The localized repairs are kind of intended as a cost-saving measure in order to stretch kind of the dollar here. As we proceed, one of the things that happens as well is to the best of our knowledge, some of the records are limited, is they were constructed in full in accordance with, the plans and the reports that were provided at the time. The geotechnical sampling that you'll see sometimes throughout many of these subdivisions and projects is not continuous, right? So it's not like it's a linear trench. So they would do spot readings, whether it's compaction or whether it's soil analysis. So there could potentially be areas that were either where the existing subgrade was maybe subsuitable material and not assessed, or the compaction for a certain area was not necessarily picked up. But I would say I think it's consistent with what you would see for most construction standards, industry standards for streets that are, 15 plus years old.
Okay. And then have we done anything with our inspection schedule to ensure that we have, whatever we can do to make sure that we've got a good base that's laid regarding compaction reports, things like that, just to ensure that we can get the most out of our streets as possible?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have certainly, and we've got, now that we have 2 really good inspectors on board. We have been very active in this process, and not only with the the compaction and the workmanship itself, but the verification of the quantities that is one of the things, as a project moves that's this large with limited staff, it can be challenging. And so they have been very active in verifying compliance with the contract documents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Finn?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hart, I would like to give you a big thank you to you and staff for working through some of the issues that came through the public on questions when it came to those notices. And so it sounds like we had a good plan for future notices on parking and so forth. So I just want to give you a thank you on that. And I do have just one other question is, for the neighborhoods that have had the crack ceiling work done, will there be a slurry overlay for that as well? Because I noticed in my neighborhood in particular in Oak Valley, I saw a few cracks, but now that they've filled it, it looks like Spider-Man's been through there.
Yeah. They will all receive some sort of treatment. The preponderance of those will be a slurry treatment, but if the cracks run deep enough, then they may be in a mill and overlay area as well. But that is a prior treatment, so that when we do go through and do the finish rehab on those, that those cracks don't protrude through the ultimate surface. So if we can seal those in the underlying surface, when you go through and get the overall, and like I say, the majority of the time it would be a slurry seal, is the likelihood of those coming back to surface is significantly reduced.
So then if there are sealed cracks, let's say down a particular neighborhood street, would we expect a slurry seal over that entire street as a final remedy?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not going to be piecemeal through it and look patchy when it's done?
The entire width.
Okay, all right, thanks.
My question was on accountability and inspection.
Okay. Anything else? You're good? Okay. I do also want to acknowledge that I had a couple neighbors who had issues early on. One was having their home tinted, and they reached out to the contractor, and everything was addressed, and I appreciate that. And we do also have those spider cracks throughout our area as well. So it's a receive and file. Is there any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Hart. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Which is number 12, Microsoft Office 365 license renewal. Staff report, Mr. Salas.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Our current Microsoft Office license 365, our Office 365 license renewal is expiring on December 31st of 2021. I've reached out to our current vendor, CDWG, as well as other vendors that work with Microsoft. Unfortunately, I got no responses back from the other vendors, just back from our current vendor, CDWG. Their current government pricing is $99,657.99. The total cost for a 3-year renewal, obviously of the $99,657.99 is to be paid in 3 annual payments of $33,219.33. With that, I'm recommending is authorize the city manager to execute the 3-year renewal licensing agreement of Microsoft Office 365 with CDWG. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Council discussion? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the 3-year renewal licensing agreement of Microsoft Office 365 with CDWG.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 13, discussion and direction to city staff to draft a code of ethics and conduct for city council, boards, committees, and commissions. Staff report, Todd Pardon, please.
Thank you. Hello again. So this item was really brought forward, I think, pursuant to a council discussion on whether city council would like to consider establishing some sort of ethics and conduct policy that would be applicable to city council as well as all your appointed board and committee and commission members. So we went to work looking at a variety of different types of ethics and conduct policies that may be out there. And so had actually worked back through Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, who was really kind of sponsoring this effort. So we looked and kind of culled out 4 individual policies. So the city of San Juan Bautista, the city of La Mirada, the city of Santa Cruz, and the city of Sunnyvale. And so if you look at San Juan Bautista and La Mirada, they're really more they've got some overarching kind of more general concepts that kind of set an expectation. Once you get into Santa Cruz, it begins to get a lot more detailed and begins to specify a little bit more specificity on what processes maybe should be followed in terms of representing the community and speaking publicly. And then you ultimately get to the city of Sunnyvale, which really gets into a full book, a guidebook that talks about everything. It outlines specific details on specific processes to follow. And even more, it includes some disciplinary provisions within that for situations where an appointed or elected official violates those policies. And at the end of the day, when you look at this whole process, it's really a city council governed process in terms of how you interact with each other, and then the processes by which you hold accountability to your various city council appointments. So one of the things, or I guess there's a few questions that city staff was proposing to discuss for tonight, and we're really looking for direction from council on, is this something you want to do? If it is, do you want to see a more generalized type of approach? Are you looking for a more detailed approach? Are you looking for enforcement and accountability measures? What are the specific concerns or issues maybe that these 4 policies really kind of failed to address that you think you want to address here for the city of Beaumont? And then, of course, any other options and things that you want to consider. So with that, city staff recommends that the council discuss it and then provide direction to us as you see fit, and we'll come back to you as quickly as we can at a future council meeting.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
We'll move to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, would you like to begin?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. So the primary purpose of bringing this was to bring an ethics policy that can be kind of a uniform code of conduct, one that our commissions and our committees can follow, as well as, of course, as council, and just kind of put it on paper as here, these are the things that we need to make sure that we're following. Gladly, our council, I believe, has been really compliant and ethical and professional, and it's a good example that I'd like to make sure that everyone's following. The example that we had when Mayor Pro Tem White and Councilmember Finn went to address the San Gorgonio Water Agency, they clearly stated who they were and that it wasn't an opinion of the council, and they set their statement and made it publicly known that it was their personal statement. And that's kind of the direction I was hoping, to make sure that we have it down so that all of our committees and commissions and council know that if you're going to go out in public, that you make sure that you're representing the city, that your comments aren't contrary to our policies, to make sure that if you're talking to people that you make it clear that you're not a representative of the city or talking in any way that might contradict what we have said. So that was really the idea. I wasn't looking for anything very specific, but when I talked to Mr. Parton and we kind of developed an idea of what to bring forth, we wanted to make sure council had the whole picture. This is what it can look like. Was there some general overarching policies? Here's what it could look like if you really wanted to go into detail. My intention is not to go into detail, but we can have that discussion. But I think if you look at La Mirada or San Juan Bautista, you'll see kind of the overarching approach we're looking for, that I'm hoping that we can consider, and especially in the terms of advocacy and representation, because it clearly states there, okay, what are you to do and not to do in public if you are a member of an agency or so forth with city title. So that's what I'm hoping we can discuss. And if you decide as council or mayor that we want to do a committee, a subcommittee, I'd like to be a part of that, so that's my request. But, you know, let's hear what we have to say. But again, my intention was just kind of a general idea, code of conduct type policy, so that we can make sure that all of our members, and of course, like I said, the commissions and the committees are following.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. I think you wanted to make some comments on
I do, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. I kind of saw it the same way. So I went through the policies, and I'll just kind of outline my thoughts. And I do like having a statement of purpose, maybe something to the effect of, you know, a city elevated must hold its public officials, both elected and appointed, to a higher moral and ethical standard, to assure public confidence in the integrity in the integrity of the local government and its effective and fair operation. That was kind of something I pulled from the City of Santa Clara statement and purpose, or Santa Cruz, excuse me. I think the preamble, I like the preamble from the City of La Mirada. I think we need to cover the conduct of members. I liked what Juan Batista had as far as conduct of members. In the conflict of interest, either La Mirada or City of Santa Cruz, they both did, I thought, a good job. And then I also think maybe we need to have a policy role of members, which I think La Mirada covers well. And then independence of boards, commissions, and committees. I like what Santa Cruz has. But I would add a comment from Sunnyvale, which I found on page 13, that says basically board-based commission members are not authorized to represent city outside of official board commission meetings unless specifically authorized to do so. Kind of touches on Mayor Pro Tem Martinez's point. And then also, I also liked Sunnyvale's comment on page 9 of their report. Really quickly, it just talks about under checking with city staff on correspondence before acting, just to make sure we have anybody that's speaking on behalf of the city has permission from council to do so, and has the message from council or staff, or obviously City Manager Parton. And then I just thought it would be self-enforcement as identified with under compliance and enforcement with La Mirada. I don't want to look at doing any sanctions, anything like that. I just think self-enforcement, which basically is you read it, you acknowledge that you understand it, and then you have a signature page for it. And those were the items that I kind of pulled out that were general as far as conduct of council members, board members, committee members. Looks like we could keep it maybe to like a 2-page item, because I'm looking for something that's brief, short, to the point, that, if necessary, can grow in the future if needed, or can be left alone. So those are my comments on that, Mayor White. So I just thought maybe that'll get the ball rolling, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Finn or Mr. Santos? Mr. Finn?
I'll go ahead and go next. So having heard some feedback from the public and other directors of those agencies where we've made those comments to, I got thrown into a misunderstanding on how they perceive us when we make those comments. For example, we clearly stated that we were not speaking on behalf of the council. The argument that I got back was, well, just the fact that you said you're on the council, therefore you did that and you influenced, you threw your influence out there. Not that I agree with it, but I'm just bringing that to light so then we know, because I think part of that is what brought that here to us today. I believe it being in simple in nature. We've all gone through ethics training. We're required to do that on a regular basis. I'm sure we have that for teachers. We have it for real estate brokers. We do it all the time. But I do like the idea of it as a reminder and so forth. Keeping it simple. I like the signature page to it, and that we be accountable for that. But maybe something that's clear that just reminds folks that we are allowed to say where we serve, but that we make the comment that this is on my own behalf as an individual. I think it carries weight, and I think it's in the public's best interest when we say who we are and what we do. But then again, if we have that statement to add to it. So I like the idea of having something simple like the San Juan Bautista sheet with the comments that were added in about, how we represent the city when we speak when we speak, act, and participate in public events. So that's all I got. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Santos?
Yeah, quick one in here. The way I see it is so general, on these 4 cities. And my comment on this is as a council, we are on a public office, should be used for a public good, not for personal gain on this. And then generally, I know it's some of our policy also is the main ingredients on the values, integrity, honesty, respect, which is we do respect every council we have in here, fairness and trust, equity and communication, and public service, especially the accountability. And I know it is in our value, and then it's nice to really emphasize that on our anything we do. I think individually I could talk. 5 of us or all of us in here, even our staff, have this, the integrity, honesty, and respect, especially respect on this. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we've provided some pretty good direction, and if the rest of the council is okay with it, I'd like to suggest that Mr. Lara and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez are on the subcommittee to work with staff on this. Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
And that's an ad hoc committee, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
You owe me. Okay, we'll move
You're
to,
retiring over there.
we'll move to item 14, mayoral appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees. Staff report, Nicole Wheelwright.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is part of an annual reorganization. It's the mayor's discretion to appoint city council members to various outside boards, commissions, and committees. Council members have submitted their requests for consideration and have been compiled for the mayor's discretion and appointment. So with that, Mayor, I'll let you go through the list unless you'd like me to help you, and you can appoint each council member to each outside agency.
Okay, great, thank you. I want to start by saying there's two groups of events that we are often asked to attend that are not on these. And I wanted to make a suggestion first before we get started and see if the council agrees to this. We have over the last year been getting a schedule announcement from Ms. Wheelwright regarding upcoming events, ribbon cuttings, things like that. I think that I've gotten some feedback from some of the businesses that they really appreciate it when one of the council members show up at the ribbon cuttings. And then the other event that I think we all should try to attend at least once, there's seven of them a year, and that is the Student of the Month presentation that is held at Sizzler in Banning once a month. It's only 7 times. And I would like to suggest that we add those to the calendar list and that we each try to sort of attend those. If there's no one else that can make it to the Student of the Month, I'll be there. But I think it's really a pretty special event. I've only been to the last couple, and I was you leave that meeting with a new sense of appreciation for what the kids have gone through. And I would like to suggest that we try to volunteer at least once over the next year. And then on the ribbon cutting, sort of the same thing. We can't, I think all of us, with the exception of the one retiree on the council, I believe that all of us have work obligations that makes it difficult to attend
pressure.
every meeting. So anyways, with that, I just wanted to bring that up, and if you could just add, make sure ribbon cuttings and the student month is already on there. So what I'd like to do first is go through the ones where I see no changes being requested. There's a couple where I think we can keep it as is. And I just want to confirm that with you guys. So Erica would remain as myself and Carrie Mendoza. There's no change there. No one was jumping excited about going out to the desert for that, so I'll keep that one. The Water Reuse Ad Hoc 2x2 Committee, same thing. I think, Mr. Martinez, you still want to be on that, correct? So that'll be myself and Mr. Martinez. And the Riverside Transit Agency, no change there. Ray Santos will be the representative and David Finn, the alternate. You guys had asked for that, correct?
We're good.
Okay,
Yes.
so that one's done. RCTC will still be myself as the representative and David as the alternate. Just as sort of a point of information, I was elected to the second vice chair for that committee, so at least we're getting a little more representative on the senior leadership of that. Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority. We, of course, want Mr. Martinez to continue to bring his species of the month. And keep myself as the alternate on that one, so that will stay the same. Okay, so those are all the ones that I think are going to have no changes. So now we'll start at the top with Southern California Association of Governments. Mr. Martinez will be the representative, and I get this correct, Mr. Santos, that you were not interested in being the representative on that one this time?
I am.
You are interested in it?
Yeah. On the SCAG, I did email that to her.
Oh, okay. Mr. Martinez, are you okay remaining as the alternate on that?
Yes, I'd like to be
Okay.
alternate.
I'm sorry, I missed that, so we'll keep that one the same as well. League of California Cities. Mr. Santos, did you,
Whatever,
I had Mr. Martinez as the voting delegate, and I'm just concerned because there were a number of these that I thought you would still be on, but I didn't see that
yeah,
represented
I
properly.
sent it to her. So
Okay. So,
it doesn't matter to me. If he'll be, the delegate in there, voting delegate in there, that's fine.
okay, so we'll put Mr. Martinez as the voting delegate for League and Mr. Finn as the alternate.
Okay.
Memorial Committee, that will remain Mr. Martinez and Mr. Lara on that one. Finance and Audit Committee. So let me address the Economic Development Committee first. I believe that both Mr. Santos and Mr. Finn wanted to be on that still. I'd like to be on the Economic Development Committee, and I'm going to ask that Mr. Lara serve on that as well. And so then if I move back to the Finance and Audit Committee, Mr. Finn, are you okay serving on the Finance and Audit Committee?
Yeah, I had done so previously and would like to continue with that.
Okay, and Mr. Santos, did you want to serve on the Finance and Audit Committee?
That's fine with me.
Okay. So the next committee is not dear to my heart. It's the San Gorgonio Integrated Regional Water Management Region Stakeholder Advisory Committee. And I didn't see anyone was interested on that. Did I misread that? Would anyone like to volunteer?
Mr. Mayor, is that the rename for the regional water, San Diego Pass Regional Water Alliance?
Yes, it's the Collaborative Committee to Manage Water Resources on a Regional
Okay,
Scale.
so they
Did you
changed the
want-
name, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to attend that, and I know it, but I have a conflict because they tend to meet on Wednesday evenings at 5, and I serve with our youth on Wednesday evenings in my church. And so that-
Okay. Okay.
So otherwise I'd be a big yes on that one, and I had chaired that group in the past.
Okay.
They changed the date, I'd change my mind.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to volunteer for that?
Excuse me. Mayor, I tried looking into that, and I wasn't sure are we supposed to be attending that?
The reason I brought it up, I originally one of the first times on council, I didn't see the point of that committee. And so we did, it was a time when we were looking at finances and things like that, and we decided not to continue to attend that. And then later after that, we did start attending it again.
Right.
And I had Ray, had you attended some of those meetings, Mr. Santos?
Which one is that?
The,
San Gregorio?
the water management, what'd you call it, David, what was it
So
called?
it was previously called the San Diego Pass Regional Water Alliance.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Those meetings are third Wednesday in Banning
Third Wednesday.
at 5:30.
Could put my name in there, but I have to check out.
When was
Yeah,
the
that's
last
good.
one we attended?
Yeah.
Who
I-
was
there?
It's been a while.
I don't know. I had looked
That's what
into
I'm-
it when I was mayor because we hadn't been attending,
we
and
hadn't.
then
Yeah.
I had even gone there at Wednesday on 5:30, and I didn't see anybody in City Hall. So I know if
So
you know, Nicole look into that further, or if we need to look into that further.
Yeah, I think it would be a
Yeah.
good idea, Mr. Lara. Mr. Mayor, that, when I served as chair for that, we were still dealing with high tensions between water agencies and the common goal and so forth. So the San Diego Pass Water Agency took the lead on that, and that's how I ended up being chair
Okay.
for that meeting. I don't see as much for the city unless we're getting more involved with the Title 22 water and putting it in the ground and so forth. That's when we need to show up to those. But in terms of right now, I don't know. I still think they're doing it. Director Steve Laytonen from the Pass Water Agency was the most recent one that was chairing that meeting. But I think that's something maybe we can revisit, that
Okay,
we don't need to do at 10 right now.
Nicole, do you have someone you can reach out to on that? Who is,
I think if you called the Pass and talked to Cheryl, their assistant, or to their,
okay, why don't you
General
give me
manager.
the name and number and I'll reach out to her,
okay.
okay? And then I'll address that outside of the meeting. Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez will be the liaison and I'll be the alternate. Beaumont Unified School District, Mike Lara will be the liaison. And unless anyone else wants it, I will be the alternate. Legislative liaison will be myself. Collaborative agency, I have Mayor Pro Tem Martinez as the representative and Mr. Finn as the alternate. City manager and mayor's breakfast, I will be the mayor at that breakfast.
Mayor, did you skip WRCOG?
I think it's the next page. It's the next item.
You've got
I
a
have them
different-
in different order than you
Okay.
probably have them.
Oh, okay.
So the next time is WRCOG, and that will stay that was one that was going to stay the same. Mike Lara as the committee member, and Mr. Finn is the alternate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the Transit Ad Hoc 2x2 committee, I don't believe was on the worksheets that I saw.
Yeah, that disappeared, and I think that was, if I'm correct, that was more with our efforts working with Calumet and Banning, and now that responsibility has been handed over to Supervisor Hewitt. Am I right? Is that the right avenue that we were doing that in?
No, I don't know who was on that committee.
It has Ray, or Mr. Santos and Mr. Finn were the members listed here.
I know that we were meeting when we were working on the bus routes.
That's when I remembered it.
So there was no reaching out to, I believe, either one of us over the past year for that. So I think that can probably be dropped.
Okay, so we will go ahead and ignore that one.
I would,
Okay.
at least at this time.
PASCOM, Mr. Finn and I will switch places, so Mr. Finn will be the board member and I'll be the alternate.
How often do they meet on that?
Once a month, second Tuesday of the month. It used to be at the.
10 a.m.?
At 10 a.m. You did put in for that, right, Mr. Finn?
No, but that's okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know as the alternate, but if with your mayoral responsibilities and extra, I don't mind swapping.
Well, I appreciate that. And then the Beaumont Basin Water Master Board, I'd like to go a little bit different on that one. I would like to appoint Mr. Martinez as our member on that water board. And I still would like Mr. Hart to continue to work on that. So this is a board that we have to get outside approval on this, right, Mr. Pardon? And I think the process before is going to the or supervisor, right? So this has to get supervisor approval. And I think it's important, as we've talked about before, that we have, since the Beaumont Basin Water Master Board makes a lot of policy decisions, I think it's important that we have an elected official representing the city of Beaumont on that board. And I know that one of the other members already have an elected official there as well. So if we could look into how we make that happen. Okay. And anything else?
Mr. Mayor, so a couple things I had on the staff report listed, I don't think we covered,
Okay.
was Transportation Now.
Oh, wait a second. I had that. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped through that. Transportation Now is going to be David Finn as the representative.
Okay.
And we don't have an alternate unless I missed that on you, Mr. Santos. Did you want?
You could put me
Okay.
in there.
So Mr. Santos will be the alternate there.
Okay, and then
Parks and Rec District.
do we have the Memorial Committee still in place?
Yeah, I thought I mentioned that.
You did.
Did I miss that?
Yeah.
That's going to be Julio Martinez and Mike Lara.
Okay. And then last one, sir, does that also cover then, we had the Memorial Ad Hoc Committee, is that, those two are
We
combined?
haven't covered that yet. Or, I didn't know if you wanted to combine those, Mayor, or not.
I think it makes sense.
Okay.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess I skipped over the Parks and Rec District.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to stay as the liaison. Mike, you didn't put in as an alternate. Did somebody want to be an alternate to that one?
I can be.
Okay.
That's fine.
So Mr. Lara as an alternate to the Beaumont Charter Valley Parks. So did I get everything? I'll look into the Water Management Stakeholder Advisory. And I think we got everything else, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to item number 15, which is the approval of city attorney invoices for the month of November 2021.
And because this involves my law firm, I'll recuse myself from this item.
Okay, is there any discussion, comment? Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, quick comment, Mayor. I just want to remind the public that we had received the year-end litigation summary from the city attorney's office, very detailed about the litigation. And I just wanted to thank the effort of the city attorney for the time that it takes. It's very detailed, and I know it's very time-consuming, but it's absolutely necessary for us to be abreast of that summary. So thank them, and I thank the attorney's office for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? Motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve invoices in the amount of $105,006.07.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Next up, legislative updates and discussion. Do we have a staff report on that?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. The legislative update this evening, I'll start with SB 9 and SB 10. These were two bills that Council at the last meeting had brought up and had some questions to. So for SB 9, there was a question about the adverse impact clause or section in that legislation. And so I wanted to provide some information this evening for that. I looked into the legislation, and it specifies that an adverse impact is a significant, quantifiable, direct and unavoidable impact that's based on an objective, written either public health and safety standard or policy, or some condition that existed on the date that a housing application was deemed complete. So there's a whole list of reasons why we can't deny a project, and a whole list of reasons in this legislation that do not qualify as adverse impacts. There are two reasons or two criteria that would allow something to be determined as having an impact that would allow a council or planning commission to disapprove or not approve a housing development. The first one is that the jurisdiction or the city has met or exceeded its share of RHNA. And that would be in whatever income category or level that the project was proposed to cover. So that's the first one. The second one identifies that the project as it's proposed there's no feasible mitigation to satisfy or remedy the public health or safety issue, and that the impact without, or the impact with the, let me start again. The unavoidable impact would then render the development unaffordable, or the mitigation to remedy the impact would then render the development unaffordable to low or moderate income housing. And again, that significant, quantifiable, unavoidable impact has to be based on a written policy or condition that existed at the time a project was deemed complete. So I hope that answers the question on SB 9 and the adverse impact issue. If not, I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of the report here. For SB 10, the question came up about the legislative opt-in with a 2/3 majority vote. And so the legislation has language, and that language allows a local government to adopt an ordinance to zone any parcel for up to 10 units of residential density. The city can specify the height. If the parcel is located in a transit-rich area or an infill site, and those definitions are found in the government code. The bill would then have specific requirements for a zoning ordinance that would be adopted using this measure. And the ordinance would have to clearly identify the areas that are subject to the ordinance that would establish the zoning or the increased number of units. And the legislative body would have to make a finding that the ordinance is consistent with our obligation as a city to affirmatively further fair housing. And that's part of the housing element package there. And then it would require an ordinance to be adopted by a 2/3 vote of the council or of whatever legislative body was adopting the ordinance if the ordinance supersedes any other zoning restriction that's in place. So that's how the 2/3 opt-in works for this particular bill. It does prohibit any reduction in densities under this provision as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about either of these two bills.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments?
And Mayor, those were brought back at my request. So Ms. Taylor, thank you very much. I appreciate you doing that for me and looking into that. I won't ask any questions on SB 9 because I think that process is extremely, I guess, tenuous at best, maybe. But on the SB 10, so when you go through that, the concern that I had was it talks about that any multifamily lot you can build parcel zone for multifamily housing can be converted to affordable housing without a conditional use permit. And as I recall from my time with the county, the conditional use permit is typically the mechanism you use to add conditions to a specific development. And so I wasn't sure if that 2/3 was option, and I hope I'm making sense here, was a way to put together a policy that you can basically put your conditions in that policy, get a 2/3 vote to apply those to that housing development. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The 2/3 vote has to do with council adopting any ordinance that is going to put in requirements that are that supersede or allow for more than what the current zoning allowances are. So it doesn't necessarily apply to a specific housing development. It's more going to apply to the underlying zoning of a property, if that makes sense. So this bill is loaded. So I can understand why all of this is meshed together. As far as the CUP for multifamily housing or for converting something from market rate to a different income level of housing, the days of us even being able to require a CUP for multifamily housing on multifamily zone property are quickly coming to an end. And this bill is one of the steps in moving away from cities having any sort of discretionary oversight for multifamily housing. We'll see in our housing element that will come forward to you guys in the next few months, some information along those guidelines and some programs that we'll have to put in place to satisfy what the state is wanting to see from cities pertaining to housing that's allowed by right in certain zones.
So, and I think I'm hearing you correctly, and that's the big concern, and I didn't know how we could go back to, so you're saying that it's allowed by right, therefore there are no conditions at all that we could implement, and it basically becomes a ministerial process. And so the concern with that is that you could have a multifamily development in an area that's not fenced, landscaped, no parks. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's not quite that extreme yet. We can still condition a project.
Okay.
And if a project is going to have CEQA, there is still an approval process.
Okay.
The city's municipal code still requires any construction from the ground up to go through a plot plan approval by the Planning Commission. The current legislation and the policies that are coming down from HCD are changing the types of conditions that we can put on, in the sense that they need to be objectively focused, and they need to ensure that it won't cause a project to be infeasible from a financial standpoint. But we still do have the ability to condition projects and require improvements and require the common and private open space and require the security measures such as, gating or fencing and things like that. So we still do have those abilities at the current time.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your follow-up on that, Ms. Taylor. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Anything else? Thank you. We'll move on to the economic development update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A quick update for you tonight on what happened at the last Economic Development Committee meeting. We did receive an update and a very good presentation from Dr. Ralph Berry from San Jacinto Community College. And we had asked him to come and detail the new, they don't call it an incubator, but it's essentially an incubator / accelerator that they are going to be rolling out at the Banning San Jacinto campus. So he was able to provide us a very nice PowerPoint presentation and allow committee members to ask questions and provide insight into that process. So I thought it was a really good presentation. Obviously, it's available on our city's YouTube if you'd like to go back and take a look at it. But definitely exciting things going on with San Jacinto over there, and should be an asset for the Pass area as a whole. And we look forward to the next Economic Development Committee meeting on January 12th. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I didn't have an opportunity to speak about the one item that was brought up about the Office 365 approval that was done for the 3-year contract. I'm never very in favor of any time where we have just one provider and we didn't get any response from 2 others. And I think that we should look at other ways to be able to ensure that we're getting the best value for that. When you look at individual people buying the 365, you can get it for a lot less than what they sold us. If there isn't any kind of agreement we couldn't have with other agencies within the state to be able to buy a bulk permit other than just Beaumont, to be able to reduce that cost. So much for that. We had our meeting yesterday for the Audit and Finance Committee. And I'm very pleased with the new members that have been approved by the council. They're very interested. I like their energy that they brought to the meeting, and I think it's going to be very worthwhile, especially if we keep them engaged. As far as subcommittee reports, we had a presentation by the Financial Training Subcommittee, and I think it was really a good outline of where we want to go to be able to provide some basic information about understanding the city's finances. We will go back and revise that a little bit in a better way to how we present it. I thought the presentation was very good as far as the outline and the material, and that should come to you shortly. The remaining subcommittees, there were 2 that we had not had sufficient people to put on, but with our new members, our objective is next month to be able to assign them to the other committees that we have vacancies on. Kyle presented, and I have to applaud him for a review. We reviewed the grant policy procedure, and it was a very super job, very thorough, very detailed, and I think it will provide us with a process that is really kind of bulletproof on how to proceed with our grants and everything else. I think we've done wonderful, but this should ensure that we're doing well and are in compliance. Lastly, we did get to review the draft ACFR, and my hat's off to the finance group in their work in putting this together for the first time. It's been work in progress for a number of years. It's a super document, and you should see that. We reviewed it last night. I should have a final review for you shortly on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City clerk report. Hang on one second. I wanted to get back, Treasurer, to your comment about being able to speak on an item earlier. If you want to just provide us an email or information that you want to speak to an item, we've decided, or we're going to take those comments from you during the public comment section. So if you get that in ahead of time, we won't miss you next time. So we'll move on to the city clerk report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. During the month of November, Nicole received and completed 55 public records requests. Total staff time was 12 staff hours. And I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Melman. City attorney report.
Yes, just briefly, I sent to the council members a confidential detailed litigation status report, so you all should have that in your email. That's an attorney-client privilege document, just providing information to you and updating you on the status of litigation that my office is handling. In addition to that is a list of claims that have been submitted to the city and a description of those items. In terms of pending litigation that's been filed and served against the city, the first, you have a list in your agenda packet of the items that are currently pending. There are 4 items. The first item is Christian Lee versus the City of Beaumont. Status of that matter is we're in the midst of trial preparation and discovery phase as well. The second item is Charles Peters, DBA Mobile Village versus the City of Beaumont, and I've reported on this in the past. The city prevailed at the trial court level. We filed a demur. The court granted the demur, dismissing the case in its entirety. Mr. Peters then appealed that on November 24th. The Court of Appeal issued a tentative ruling in favor of the city, upholding the dismissal. Mr. Peters requested oral argument, and we expect that in the first quarter of next year, the court will assign an oral argument date, and we'll keep you posted on that. But we're hopeful, given that the Court of Appeal has issued a tentative in the city's favor, upholding the dismissal of the case, that the final ruling of the Court of Appeal will be consistent with its tentative, and that item will be removed from the list. The third item is the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters versus the City of Beaumont. And we believe that we have a settlement that's almost finalized. And so hopefully this item will be coming off the list soon. And that, if those 2 items come off, that will take the list down to 2. The next item, item number 4, is the Easy case. That case is pending in federal court. As I've reported in the past, we filed a 12B6 motion seeking dismissal of the case, and we're hopeful that we have a ruling from the court in the first quarter of next year. And that completes my report this evening.
Thank you. City manager report.
Is this our first report with you as mayor?
I believe, well, no,
Maybe
but
it's the second one.
almost.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations, welcome aboard, Mayor. So,
Thank you.
just seems like it was 4 years ago when you did this last time.
5, but who's counting?
It's time flies. For sure. Well, Mother Nature is sending us all an early Christmas present. So we have rain that is supposed to start tomorrow night. And we have the potential to see storm events that take us through Monday. So we are gearing up Management Watch now and preparing and monitoring updates as they're coming on those lines. Right now, the storm event looks like it's going to be providing storm totals that are below our thresholds when you look at the concentrations on the burn scar areas. However, due to our prior precipitation and the snows that have been up there, we do have wet soil conditions. So there is some concern that there could be some mud and debris flows that are out there. So I'd sent some videos to council after the last storm event, so you can kind of see, even with, quote, a minor event, how much water was coming down through those areas. So please stay posted. We'll be keeping you up to date, and we'll be pushing critical information out into the community throughout the balance of this week moving forward. And I noticed y'all kept ogling my amazing tie. And not bragging, but the University of North Texas is playing a bowl game on the 23rd. So the Frisco Football Classic, although it's a football classic, that this is the first year there's been the bowl game. So, but that's up by Dallas. So if you like, I can get you hooked up with North Texas gear. So that does conclude the report for y'all tonight.
Mr. Mayor, we got a question on his report.
First, congratulations, Mr. Pardon.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Finn.
Thank you. There's another storm coming the following week. Is there any preliminary data on that?
Haven't seen that yet. If you're referring, is that the Bronco Raider game you're referring to? It could be messy. It could be messy.
It'll be messy. It'll
Yeah.
be messy.
Yes,
But
for
I know
sure.
it's supposed to rain before New Year's, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't seen anything yet on that.
Okay,
forecast.
thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Also, UCLA isn't playing in a bowl game this year, too. I don't think it's the first annual. What's that? Okay, we'll move to future agenda items. Can't think of anything?
Mr. Mayor, I've got a clarification on one. So previously I had asked for a list of properties to be given to the Economic Development Committee to review. I'd like to see maybe a result of that come back to the council so I can see it with the new assignment that I'm not on the committee. And just so I'd like to see what we get. So that can come back to the council later, but have the committee review it, see if there's any needs or any changes or recommendations. And then if not, just that list come forward to us with their findings. Thanks.
And I have one also, and I may have brought this up before. I wanted to, we designed in our general plan, which is award-winning general plan, but we'll get into that next meeting, a new direction for our downtown. And we understand it's going to take considerable time, years before it comes to what we want it to look like. But what I'd like to do is see if there's a consensus from the council to move forward with trying to promote that and work with the Economic Development Committee and provide guidance to the Economic Development Committee to look at ways that we can address some of the issues that some of our small businesses are experiencing. For example, some who are looking for new places are getting a lot of incentives and attractions to other cities. I just wanted to see if there's a way that we can move forward with the Economic Development Committee and see what we can do to start moving in the right direction on that and not waiting until 10, 15 years down the line. So I think I've talked about that before, but I'd like to have a full council discussion on that. And if we can do it the 4th, that would be great, because we could come to some agreement on direction to the Economic Development Committee if there's a consensus to do that. So with that, we'll move on to council reports. I like to mix it up a little bit, so we'll start with you, Mr. Finn.
I do not have any tonight, sir.
Okay. Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say congratulations because I attended to Riverside Transit Agency and Mr. Larry Rubio retirement. He's 33 years in service in the RTA. And he'll be his last day will be on the end of the month of this year. And also, I'd like to congratulate Christine Warsiski, who will be the new Chief Executive Officer on the RTA. So, and also I would like to say thank you to our former Mayor Mike Lara for his services on the full year. That was really a good service in there. Then lastly will be, I would like to say Merry Christmas to our new mayor and everybody, and to all, and Happy New Year. And to our staff, you did an excellent job, on the past year and then previous years, and looking forward to work with you guys and this coming year. And I know it will be a good year. And we have Mayor Lloyd White in here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lara.
Well, thanks for the comments, Mr. Santos. I appreciate the kind words. I just have one quick thing. I attended Shop with a Cop with Mayor White. They had 150 folks in attendance. I just want to thank our Beaumont PD officers who attended, volunteered to attend on their own time. Some of them even after working their shift. It was great to see such a great representation from our Beaumont PD. But they had Beaumont PD, they had Banning PD, representatives from County DA, Morongo Tribal Police were in attendance, CHP, County Fire. It was quite the sight to see them pull up to the Walmart there in Beaumont. So it's a great event, and it was great to have the opportunity to attend that and see all the participants in that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Finance and Audit Committee also, and thank you, Mr. Genetti, for that detailed report. It was nice to see all the reports, and especially the finance training presentation for one of our members, Vanderpool, and with the help of Director Eustachian. It was very good, and we gave them some suggestions, and hopefully they'll come back and have some improvements as well. But it was nice to see the committee getting involved on those type of projects, so I'm really thankful for that. For the ACA 7, that committee I was on, work group from Cal Cities concluded. Basically, after all that, we voted to have no position, and that was on the ACA 7. There was just too many questions and not enough answers. So our direction was to take no position at the moment and direct staff to do more research and refer the issue back to each committee for more discussion. I have been reappointed by the Cal Cities for a division rep as on the Environmental Quality Committee. I'm still on that, and I was reappointed by the division president, so I thank him for that, and I'll be attending those meetings and probably working with the ACA 7 situation and many more legislative issues coming forth. The RCA, we had a lengthy closed session discussion, so we didn't have time for a lot of our actual action items, but we have new officers, and basically we reappointed Chairperson Johnson on that committee, as chairperson. I want to thank Mayor Lara for his services as well, and maybe now I won't be called Mayor Lara so many times. Not that we look alike or anything, but just for that. And I conclude with our species of the month. Have I brought it was the ferruginous hawk. Ooh. Did I bring the ferruginous hawk back before? Okay, because it looked familiar, and it's like, did I already give him that? It's like, I don't know how I would have. We're a month behind. But anyway, the ferruginous hawk was our endangered species, named for its red rust color from iron or ferrous oxide. And that concludes my report.
Thank you.
See, you were waiting for the ferruginous hawk. I just like saying that, ferruginous hawk.
Do we know what sound that ferruginous hawk makes?
No.
Oh, dang it.
No, but I'm sure Mr. Parton might have something idea.
Okay. So I also attended the Shop with a Cop, which was a great event. It was a lot of fun. And again, I also want to pass on my thanks to both police departments and everyone who attended. It was a great event. Also, on the 11th of December, we had our Christmas light parade. And Mr. Santos, you were missed on the trolley.
Yeah.
We missed you. The crowd missed you. It was, there was an amazing turnout, just like the parade before. I think people just wanted to get out and get about. And it was pretty exciting for Mr. Lara and myself because at the end, after our trolley went too far down the parade route and turned left on Palm, and then turn left towards the school and the police department, we realized he was stuck. So Mr. Lara and I helped direct him through Frijoles parking lot and through the city parking lot. And eventually it took us probably, 30, 40 minutes?
Yeah, something like that.
To get him through. But anyways, it was a lot of fun, and that's really all I had. Except for, I guess, Mr. Lara would like to model his outfit for the Christmas parade.
We could. This was the outfit.
All right.
Very festive, as you can tell.
Is that the tradition?
And the lights are blinking, Clark, so.
Outgoing mayor must display lights.
I like that tradition.
The enthusiasm, yes.
Thank you.
So with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 8:32.
Wow. Excellent. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.